So today we're going to be playing the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection again. We are on episode 5, Turnabout Ablaze. Last time we went into the past, 7 years in the past, to meet Kay Faraday when she was a child, and to solve the murder of her father and her father's client, a man who was accused of murdering, assassinating someone. And it turned out to be, quote unquote, the, what's it again? Yatakarasu, the great thief, who turned out to be a defense attorney. But Kay Faraday swears that her father is the actual Yatakarasu, and that the attorney, Callisto Yu, was actually a fake the entire time. Hello, Tori Larson. Okay, now let's try Turnabout Ablaze. I know the timer says 3.5 hours, but it's probably gonna take me like 4.5, maybe 5 hours. Cause this case is gonna be long. A cutscene. 2 cards. One of the Black Raven, and one of the White Raven. A country torn in 2. One to the west, and one to the east. When those which were split are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself. It's the Yatakarasu! The Yatakarasu here! Arson, you accursed Yatakarasu. Hey, you. Eight hours earlier. March 14th, 10:17 a.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202. It's so nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewater Land theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. It's Edgeworth! Oh! No, it's K instead. This is big! Big, I tell you! Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly, the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind. What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go! The fake Yatakarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know? Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say what? Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay. What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see. Oh, and that is? Take a look at this! On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secrets. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this. The date the card mentions is today. Today, huh? Come on, we've got to hurry! The embassy awaits! I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating? Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical? lackadaisical today. I'm not, Kay. You're just too wound up. Well then, you should get too wound up too. Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman. You mean Miss Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father burned Faraday 7 years ago. Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great Figure Zakarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom. Ah! She makes me so mad! The phony! Everyone knows that the real Yatakaratsu would never send something like a calling card until a company's underhanded dealings are made public. The target is always totally unaware that the Yatakaratsu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatakaratsu so awesome. The Yatakaratsu's card that's shown in this article, it looks to me as though it could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatakaratsu. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of a special nature to me, I agree there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around. March 14th, 5 o'clock p.m. Theatrum Neutralis. By the light of this night's glorious moon. We are ready! Ready to embark on our nightly outing. And this is where our tale begins. What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater instead of foreign embassy? Yeah! The climax is really awesome! Steel Samurai, sushi splash! Got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. I suppose it really is more impactful to watch it show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the two countries. So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries. The one that's called the Kingdom of Ablaze, right? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. Do you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja. The Republic of Bubble is sponsoring a Jammin' Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We totally gotta see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. So anyway, about today's event, what is it called again? The Kingdom of Ablaze versus the Republic of Babel, Goodwill Jubilee. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Ablaze and the Republic of Babel. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature, and it was called the Principality of Cuphead. Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. Philadelphia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Cuphead. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the Yatakaratsu still sent a calling card here. What can it all mean? Mr. Edgeworth? I know you're thinking about something. Oh, excuse me. What were you talking about again? If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we were talking about the Ablaze versus Babel Goodwill Jubilee. And the two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other. But supposedly, they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why the verses? Also, both countries claim to own the real Dog statue, a national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which was the real deal. Hey, need I remind you to take care enough to come to your thieving desires? Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that. You'd better be saying that in jest. Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. I know. And although we don't know if the Otakarasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place.
This is the perfect angle. Oh, my image! Travel across the wave world and into every TV set around the globe.
A more honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better. There are pamphlets about the two embassies here on this table. It still looks clear to me. The country split into two a few years back, and they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. Oh? I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones, huh?
I should think that's not the reason why, Kay.
I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these.
What is all the hubbub?
Ah! Hey, look! It's the Steel Samurai! And he's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him. You know, I've seen a lot of these shows in a bunch of other places, but today's show, it was like they went for a complete comedy, you know what I mean? Yeah, and that last one with the Steel Samurai, I couldn't help but laugh. I know, right? And that Pink Princess's movements are really stiff. In the middle of the show, I could swear that I heard her hip crack. Oh, I know, I totally got that too. The Pink Princess is a bad hip? Seriously, just what were they thinking, you know?
I suppose there is no graceful way to enter this conversation. Yeah, they went pretty fast. 10 more minutes. No, 5 more minutes. Isn't it really bad for me to spend time doing this? It's no use. Will someone please just tell me what I should do?
You appear to be troubled by something. May I be of any assistance?
Leave me alone! I'm trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. And if I mess it up, it'll be because I'm talking to you right now.
Somehow I get the feeling he's about to fall flat on his face. Well, let's just do as he wishes and leave him alone. The national flag of the Kingdom of Ablaze is on display here. The crest on it features a flower. Flowers and butterflies are kind of rare motifs for flowers, don't you think?
Wait, did I say that right?
Well, when they used to be Kadopia, the government used to take pride in this land. Oh, I can check the history. For flags, don't you think? Did I say flowers instead of flags? The citizens also love the rich, bountiful nature all around them. That's the design. Hey, if the Steel Samurai got popular enough, do you think they'd put him on their flag?
Are you in your right mind, Kay?
Or maybe the Jammin' Ninja would make a better candidate.
Don't make me laugh. Only the Steel Samurai deserves such an honor. I didn't know that Edward was such a huge Steel Samurai fan. Is there something I can help you with?
I was wondering what is beyond these doors.
It's the Alabastian Embassy. Now, unless you have some business with the embassy.
I suppose I can't really claim to have any business with the embassy right now. Well, you don't have to be so rude about it, Mr. Guard.
And we're here, reporting live from the Theatrum Neutralis. As you can see, today's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say. Well, okay, that was good. Let's do one more run-through. Excuse me, but when you're ready to film for real, would you mind giving me a call? I sense that she didn't hear a single word I just said. Okay, that's— oh my god! Who is that in the corner? I forgot her name! She's still at it, huh? Is she investigating something supernatural? Or is she doing journalism? I have no clue. It's nice to see her again, though. I have to give her a southern accent. One of my terrible southern accents. Okay, that's good. Alright, now give me a dramatic slam right there. Stop! Hey, you mind? Get out of the way, buddy. Okay, once more. In 3, 2, 1, action.
Hey, was that my fault just now? Well, he's obviously working. I guess we should leave him alone. May I speak with you for a second? It's Steel Samurai. Mr. Edward, what are you glaring at him for?
Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. What is that? Did he get an autograph? To Mr. Edward, Steel Samurai. Does that say Daddy? Something man of Neo Old Tokyo.
It looks like he's writing something down for you.
To Edward, from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. What?
Wow, an autograph! Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edward?
Autograph with a sketch of his face and weapon. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you.
And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the kingdom of Alabasta to shake the hand of the ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he?
Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera.
In just a few seconds, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Bobble. He is set to meet with the ambassador of Bobble at that time. Ah! The Jammin' Ninja's show is about to start! We've got to get back to our seats!
Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas.
Well, this show will change our minds. Come on, we have to hurry!
I didn't get to talk to her!
If we miss even a second of the Jammin' Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you!
Ugh. I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you? Okay. Yeah, she didn't give me much of a choice either. I wanted to talk to her. I forgot her name!
Ah! I could listen to that A Ninja March for Death's lullaby song all day. His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Ah! Those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise over there! I've got to have them! Especially what the hair sticks are selling exclusively at these shows.
Is she gonna get accused of murder? She might.
They're exactly like the ones the heroine, Princess Miss Solo, wears in her hair.
Anyway,
hold it right there, Mr. Edworth.
Yes?
You're thinking of going home, aren't you?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Takarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely, it was simply a prank.
No way! I didn't know the Takarasu will show.
But I thought you said that the Takarasu doesn't send calling cards.
Yeah, I did, but
I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase.
That card she sent was a genuine fake calling card.
A genuine fake?
Well, how can I word this? The Takarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now?
We've got a problem. The Takarasu has been spotted in Alabast.
What? You hear that, Miss Edwards? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony! Hey, what gives?
I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter.
What the? Hey! The Steel Samurai just walked straight on through without one. Now if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony is going to escape.
Hey, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country...
Miss Edworth! I wish to enter through Bobble and climb over the wall into Alabast.
Hold it! You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another... Hey, are you listening to me?
Hey, Faraday and I'm coming through.
Yes, and welcome. Someone stop her! Anyone!
March 14th, 6:12 p.m. Open air stage.
Huff, huff, huff. Hey, where are you? Tell me you really did find some way over this fence.
Ah!
Fire! This is too big for us to handle. Looks like the Takarasu came to Bobble, too. You accursed Takarasu. Hey! You had better be alright wherever you are.
March 14th, 6:45 p.m. Bobble's Embassy, Secretariat's Office. I told you, it wasn't me!
Hold it!
Huff, huff, huff. Hey, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Now, can you do something about this woman?
Mr. Edgeworth!
Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this?
Well, sir, it's, this.
It wasn't me! He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatakarasu. I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage.
A suspicious person?
A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that he must be the fake Yatakarasu. So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that person is the one who did it.
What are you so worked up over?
There's no reason for you to be this loud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Long's secretary. Tina, I believe your name is, correct? And if you are making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer? I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority.
Hey, pal, just what the heck does what you just said mean? If it happens here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like.
Unfortunately, detective embassies are a different matter.
Huh?
This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Bobble, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Bobblese government, Bobblese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights.
Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe the truth is out there?
Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation.
No way, sir!
Please leave this matter in Interpol's hands and go home.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth!
In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Miss Von Karma!
Ambassador Palaeno, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation.
It's really nothing. Manning was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly.
Francisca. Well, never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct.
Hold it!
Already? What is it? Ambassador Palaeno.
And you are?
I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant.
Assistant?
Miles? What the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Palaeno.
Very well. I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. What did you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant?
I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? If I don't become Francisca's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running at the mouth without a aloof expression on your face. Francisca, please. I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you're not my subordinate. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you, should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. If you are done playing games... Right, let's begin the investigation. Begin investigation. Bobblese Embassy, Secretariat's office. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here?
Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Bobblese Embassy today.
Why are police guarding an embassy?
Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatakarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatakarasu these past 7 years. It was a more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me.
Except for how mutually unbeneficial this all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Ugh! Look forward to your next salary negotiation. Although, it's out of my hands.
But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat.
Hold it!
But there is a possibility that it is related to the murder, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof.
I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the prima donna statues Kate was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look just like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins.
Hey, it's another butterfly!
I believe it is the symbol of the Republic of Babel. A drawing this big on the wall of an embassy, it definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism.
Well, I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country.
You may want to, Detective, however, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire.
You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir.
Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remain of them, unfortunately.
I guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire. So even the knives fell victim to the fire.
Ambassador Palaiano, are these knives yours?
Why, yes they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babel. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alabast's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babelese ones have been reduced to this state.
Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. Ambassador Palaiano, what is this notch here for?
Oh, that! It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them. So that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course.
I see. So these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. These shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia.
It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Babelese embassy. Why are there so many American souvenirs, sir?
Perhaps the Babelese are studying American culture and our tourism industry. If they have plans to make the Babelese tourism industry truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose.
Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blonde guy earlier, sir. He said that if I bring these with me to Babel, I can trade them in for a few buffets.
Oh? So how do you expect to travel to Babel?
Well, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-you-can-eat buffet, I swim all the way to Babel if I have to.
And a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things. It looks like this was once a magnificent grandfather clock, but it has fallen victim to the fire.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir?
If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but...
Well, there's this one clock that I made by myself, but the timer on it manages to auto.
That's quite enough, Detective. There are still some burnt objects scattered on the floor.
Well, burnt things get burnt, and then they become burnt things, you know?
No, because there is no way to prove that the burnt thing started out as a burnt thing.
Was it a burnt thing, or was it not? I have no idea what's what anymore, sir.
Yes, I suppose it's a bit hard for someone with a burnt-out light bulb to comprehend.
I can't believe that Manny fell among these thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is.
Ambassador Palaiano, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well.
You're a very strong man, aren't you? How fascinating. Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these.
I'm sorry, but it would be against my principle to accept a bribe.
Oh, no. These are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babel. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babel.
Now I remember. The Republic of Babel is known for its feverish tourism industry. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased, Manny Cochin.
He was my secretary in the embassy's secretariat, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything: accounting, printing, taking care of national treasures.
I'm sorry, but did you say printing?
Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So, in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy.
I see. Please excuse my forwardness, however. I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before.
Oh, yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident?
The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny.
So your Mr. Coaching is the same man as the one in that case?
It's been 10 years. Then he recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee this embassy's renovation. It really is a shame. He has such a bright future ahead of him.
What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations?
We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is no longer with us. Oh, is that a prosecutor's badge? It has a very cool design. Aha! I know! We can start selling items like this as souvenirs and baubles. The tourists will absolutely go nuts over them.
Please don't compare a proud symbol of my profession to a souvenir. Miles Edgeworth, what is it? Let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect.
What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisca.
Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you are still under me. If Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling trade, then why is she here at this embassy? I was investigating at the Alabastian embassy when I got wind of this mess.
Ah, that's right. The Asakarasu was due to appear at that embassy as well.
Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Though, there was an incident at the Alabastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Long in charge of that case and came over to Babali's embassy.
Ah, so Agent Long is here as well, huh?
I see you've met. Well, he's the Alabastian embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. The suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yasakarasu?
Kay would never harm her soul, sir.
Kay? You remember, do you not? About the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. Kay has been on the trail of the Yasakarasu, which is how she ended up here. Looking for the one who took her father's life. You see?
Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yasakarasu just keeps on tricking us all.
How so?
The Yasakarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secrets. But all we've had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract and it's going on the rap sheet.
If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder, though, if Callisto Yu really is the Yasakarasu. The ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling.
A ceiling fan? What does one of those do?
Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that is installed on one's ceiling.
Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept.
It says a gumshoe. In the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. Our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take it. Manny Kochin, I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in washing his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. And Mr. Kochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire? What in the world happened inside this room? There appears to be something in his pocket. This key! It can't be. Isn't this the Asakurasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's...
Huh? 7 years ago? Oh! You mean that case where I was framed, sir?
Yes, it's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto Yu.
What? Mr. Faraday was killed with his key, sir? I thought he was killed with a nut!
Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you were a suspect in. Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence.
I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge. Oh, I feel like the victim right now. All trampled on, sir. I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... Oh, wow, that's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick. Yatakanasu's key data jotted down at my organizer. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. Vines, sir? I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on our IDs. I really don't think you can call these stars. Say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Babalese Embassy Secretariat holding this? Well, we don't know how Mr. Koji came to possess this key. We do know that this was stolen by the Yatakanatsu from the Kodopian Embassy. That's right. Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Palaeno about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Kodopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. Miyani-ko-chan. I've seen him before. He was a suspect in the KG-8 incident, and I saw him talking with the elder sister of the victim of that case, Miss Callisto Yu. I wonder if there was a connection between this murder and the KG-8 incident. Is this knife a murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose this means that we now know that the crime was committed with this knife. This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Although, it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy. But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. Very beautiful. Nothing else to look at here, huh? A small personal safe. This was Mr. Kochin's office. Perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Ah, of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. Hey, are you alright? You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edwards? You don't think I did it, right? Yes, of course I don't. And I promise to prove that it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can. No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true. Go ahead and try then, if you're that confident. I can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prefer innocence post-haste. Oh. It seems that I can investigate this further. Is something I missed? It's a knife wound. It's obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. Okay. Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point. I'm a subordinate of Ms. Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site, you got it? If I let you examine the site, my superior would get really angry at me. You know, Mr. Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy, so why don't we do as he says? Yes, I suppose we might as well. That's some fireplace. You know, it really gives this place a mansion-like quality, don't you think, sir? Ooh, if these are a staple in every Babalese home, then I bet Santa Claus pays them a visit, too. How old are you again, detective?
Ambassador Palangano, I was wondering if I may ask you about Cudopia.
Cudopia? Alright, what would you like to talk about?
First, I'd like to ask you about this key.
What about this key?
I found it sticking out of Mr. Kochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy. Is that correct?
Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly.
That's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife.
Oh! How fascinating!
Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key?
In its knife form, there is a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Cudopia.
Hold it!
How did you come to that conclusion?
It has both of Cudopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Mandy used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Cudopia.
Ambassador Palangano, this key was stolen to the Cudopian embassy 7 years ago. By Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Teacher Takaratsu.
Oh, really?
You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at that time?
I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babel became its own independent nation. But if Manny was still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then.
Mr. Kochin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. That doesn't explain why I found the Takaratsu's key here in the present.
Oh dear. If people were to find out that a murder occurred at our embassy, the number of tourists would plummet, as would our revenues. It'd be a disaster. What are we going to do?
He really does seem worried. Perhaps I should refrain from bringing this up.
This statue resembles that hero, the Steel Samurai, don't you think? I was thinking, what would you say to changing its name to the Steel Samurai statue? It just might attract a few more tourists to our country if I did, right?
I'm not sure what to think. I thought that thing was a national treasure. Ambassador Palangano, I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this.
I think that you know more about the case than I. So let me make it up to you for not knowing anything about that with these coupons.
Thank you. However, I feel I must decline.
Oh, wasn't that about our great embassy? How do you like our pamphlets?
I feel indifferent about them, to be honest. I'm just using this as evidence.
Oh, that's too bad. In that case, I guess we'll just have to try harder to make more charming ones. I just had a flash of inspiration. We should make all of our pamphlets into coupon books.
The expectation of what a coupon can do is a tad hyperinflated. Would you mind not pointing that in my direction? It's dangerous. And anyway, why are you showing it to me? I have no particular reason. If you have no reason, don't you bring that dangerous object near me. Do you understand?
Is she really that oblivious to the irony in that statement? She lets loose that dangerous whip of hers for no reason all the time.
Oh. It appears that he died of a stab wound. Ah! Whoever did this had a lot of nerve. I just can't fathom what could have led the killer to turn her knife against a man.
And I just can't fathom what the prosecutor lashing out with her whip is thinking.
Miss Von Karma, what do you think of this piece of evidence? Well, since you asked so nicely as my subordinate, I'll answer you. However, as your superior, I also must make sure that my subordinates grow on the job. Therefore, please gather your own thoughts together first and then try presenting again. A simple I don't have any thoughts about that would have sufficed. What else can I look at? Okay, let's try logic. Under the knife's handle, it greatly resembles the special Babalee species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says right here, this knife is property of the Republic of Babel. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room? secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the Atakaras was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret? Franziska, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Ablaze embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I think I just might need to ask Franziska about her smuggling case in more depth. Oh, they go together. We know for a fact that the Azakaras's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Kochin's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office.
Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out.
It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have in here?
Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Atakarasu made off with everything, sir?
No, Detective. I believe all we need is a closer look.
Seth_Lee just traded with 5
Hello!
viewers.
Thank you for the raid! I really appreciate it. Hello, everyone. I'm currently playing the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. I'm on the last case of the first game. We're investigating a murder that takes place in an embassy. Our assistant, Kay Faraday, has been accused of murder, so we're trying to prove her innocence and find the real killer. How are you doing? Hope you all are doing well. So I'm Melody Wisp. I'm an accessibility provider and streamer. I like to play RPGs and visual novels and stuff, and today this is a visual novel. I'm currently having a blast. Really interested in this case. And I'm really into it. How y'all doing? I won't rest. Oh. Let's see, what's in here?
It looks like such a serious safe, but there's not a scrap of paper inside. It reminds me, the safe in your office is just as empty, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's merely a coincidence that both safes are empty, Detective.
Well, make that a triple coincidence because my piggy bank at home is empty too.
I don't think there's anything coincidental about that, Detective. What is this here?
It looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir.
No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe.
Hey, you're right! It won't budge an inch, not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before.
Hold it!
Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that... Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there is an extra bit of space behind the back wall of the safe. In other words, this safe has a second compartment.
What?
I suppose that you are correct in asserting the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct, and there is a second compartment, how do we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there is no other lock or keyhole in sight. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on the safe. Oh? Yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock. The safe and its locks. Alright then, since you are so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced your answer.
Hey, there's a hole here, sir.
It's a little too oddly shaped for a latch hole.
Wow, that's a funny shape for a latch hole, huh? It's shaped kinda like a star, don't you think, sir?
Detective, I would hardly call that shape a star. There must be some reason for this hole.
Well, there's gotta be some reason why this hole's shaped so weirdly, you know?
Am I overthinking this? No, I don't think so.
Maybe I'm overthinking things? No, there's no way I could ever do that.
Detective Gumshoe, could you please be quiet for a second? You're frightening me.
You're frightening me. You're scaring me, Gumshoe!
Okay, let's see. There's a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. It would appear that the handle on this knife is removable.
I guess the people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir.
I think people would remove the handle just for fun, Detective. So this is what took Mr. Kochin's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade.
Wow, I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my days, but knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear.
Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it.
Yeah, just like how this one is practically drenched in it, huh, sir?
Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. There is a vine motif to the ornamentation on this blade. Even a detective gumshoe claims to see a star motif in it. Between the blade and handle, there is a flower, and the key itself is a butterfly. This key was stolen by the Yatakarasu 7 years ago from the Kodopian embassy, which suggests that this was made while Kodopia still existed as a country. We discovered this trick 7 years ago, and with it we were able to corner Miss Yu. But who would have thought that I'd see this key again after all this time? It's not that far-fetched to think that the end of this key was meant to be a butterfly. Maybe I use the key on this too?
Eureka!
Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Franziska? The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more.
Hold it!
Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Kochin, made sure this safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to hit in half? It looks so obviously like a keyhole that even an average person could figure it out. You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of the safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove to you right now that the Yatakarasu's key is the key that will open it.
Objection!
The Yatakarasu's key? Miles Edgeworth, this had better be a very bad joke. Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yatakarasu's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of the safe. We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. We discovered this. I already read that. Let's go over this again, shall we? The Takarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Kochin's safe in the Kodopian embassy. We confirmed that as fact by opening the door to his safe with it. Now, let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head-on, what do you see? What are you talking— Ah! It appears that you've come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head-on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous! Because it looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago, we fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. Then, it's even possible that what I've been searching for is inside. Becky, hurry up and open that safe!
Eek! Yes, sir! Opening it now, sir!
These items, they're—
It's a bunch of funny shaped things. I guess they're pieces of art, huh, sir?
You're in the way! Now move, Scruffy!
I didn't think I was in the way.
Pieces of art! They're identical to ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world! I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. These are pieces of stolen art from around the world.
I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Eek!
Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands! Why, do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break? Is it just me, or did she hit one of the pieces of art just now? This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about.
Me, sir.
Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, Detective? Mr. Coach's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is.
sort of tricked into one safe is really something.
Yeah, it's neat how this safe has 2 compartments. What was really impressive is that at the end after the key was another key. I totally hadn't noticed.
I wonder if Mr. Kocha was just paranoid if he had secrets of that great a value.
Speaking of paranoid, I went sharp and wrote them into my pencil. But then, when I went to erase something, I got all paranoid that I was gonna stab myself.
Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while on duty.
Yes, sir.
It appears that we found a key that the Miss Fu stole 7 years ago.
It was originally from this embassy. Maybe she came back to return it?
I don't think she's the type to be so kind as to do such a thing, Detective.
Okay. Then what do you think, sir?
Let's do you. For what reason did she steal the key? Francisca, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you're here right now is related to that? Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. This enhancing document, it's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Cudopia, which means that somewhere in the countries of Alabas and Babel is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. That's Francisca for you. It's amazing. Pursuing this case with all she has. We were able to finally obtain this proof of the smuggling operation through Interpol. But remember to take extra care when handling it, my subordinate.
She's enjoying the power trip of calling me her subordinate just a tad too much.
No logic. What else do I look at, huh?
Yes, sir?
While you were on guard duty, did you notice anything unusual?
Well, I was on watch inside the embassy. But unfortunately, I didn't run into the Takarasu, sir. But I did talk to an officer who was on duty near the border between the 2 embassies. He told me that not a single person crossed the boundary during the incident.
I see.
The investigations into the fire and the Takarasu are mess thanks to both events. I'm so confused, sir. Should I be putting the fire out or investigating? What do you think, sir?
Aren't you old enough to solve your own problems yet, Detective? I'd like an update on how the investigation is going.
Oh yeah, well, it's going, sir.
In other words, no one has any idea of what happened here, correct?
To put it simply, yeah, you got it, sir. But we do know that something happened in this room, sir.
Be moron with a pair of eyes to see what happened, Detective.
Oh, well anyway, let's investigate every single nook and cranny in this room, sir. We have to get serious or Kay will end up getting arrested as a killer.
Yes, I am already aware of that.
Oh.
In order to find out what really happened here in this room, we will need to gather whatever information we can. It's time to take a good look.
I can't believe there's a secret door inside the safe. This stuff inside must be really, really important.
Starts in 1 minute. Yes, they appear to be quite important.
The little figures and stuff. I wonder how much those are worth.
Knowing that they are stolen merchandise, I would say they are probably priceless. Their value is probably worth more than what you could ever hope to make in your lifetime.
What? You're kidding, right, sir? I mean, they're so small.
Well, we're talking about purchasing it with your salary, Detective, so... Okay, then I guess those pieces of paper must be pretty valuable too, right?
Yes, I assume so. I'm actually quite curious about them. Even if they are not physically worth much, great care was taken to hide them, which means they must be very important documents to someone. I wonder if the papers in the safe might be related to that other document. What do you notice about this piece of evidence, Detective?
Well, I don't really sense anything special about it, but the embassy is a different story.
I see.
I'm not really sensing anything special from you either, sir.
Well, I'm sensing a special look at your monthly salary, Detective. I'm still getting that prompt, so... Oh, deduce. Okay. Ad break starts in a little bit. Let me save. I have some strawberries near me, so I'm just gonna eat them on my break. Be right back. We're back. I ate some strawberries. I'm good to go. Oh, whoops. That's the wrong evidence. I didn't need to do that. Whoops. Take a good look at these documents, Francisca. It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? Well, it certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for. Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear. And Mr. Cochin himself was responsible for this mass smuggling of Ablaze Inc. Ablaze Inc? Ablaze Inc is a special product of the Republic of Babel. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported.
Hold it!
And that reason is? That's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochin. His base was in an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. But it's so frustrating. Unless the person that was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Well, even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look at his misdeeds. You threatening to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested. Francisca, you must know. Mr. Manny Cochin was the suspect in the KG-8 incident. Of course I know. On top of being the head of the smuggling ring. There is a matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. Investigation complete. Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be. Now come along quietly, Takarasu, Faraday. You are under arrest for the murder of Manny Cochin. Mr. Edgeworth, please, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I chased the fake Takarasu in here, and he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Hold it!
I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. Why arrest Kay? Even your police come from the Takarasu infiltrated the Babelese embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Takarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Takarasu. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she's the Takarasu. Exactly. But it isn't just me. She calls herself the Takarasu. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Takarasu. Imposter or not, it matters not. The Takarasu is the Takarasu. Very well. Then I shall prove that Kay is not the Takarasu who killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Go ahead and try. Tell me what the prosecutors of this country are made of. Rebuttal! Even your police confirmed the Takarasu infiltrated the Babelese embassy tonight.
Hold it!
They may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitting the Takarasu that committed murder eluded us. Of course, I chased after the Takarasu to enter the Babelese embassy right away. And that is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there was only this girl. Ooh! In any case, this is what I believe happened tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Takarasu snuck into the embassy.
Hold it!
The confusion caused by the fire? Are you saying that the Takarasu was not the arsonist who started the fire? A suspicious person along code was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen that person start the fire. It sounds like we have a phantom in our midst. Yeah. In a way,
can't be considered a phantom with the way he randomly appears. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Takarasu.
Hold it!
Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she is a killer. No, but it does give her a motive. The Takarasu sent a card saying, "I will be there to steal your dirtiest secrets." Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. He obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Kochin for the key. I see. Her logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Long's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. She wanted to steal documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Mr. Kochin for the key.
Hold it!
So, you're claiming that Kay knew that a foreign country's embassy had such documents? As stated in the calling card, the Takarasu was out to steal a dirty secret, which means that the Golden Knight was to steal those smuggling activity documents. You have it all wrong! It was the fake that sent that card! Your words are meaningless. If you are truly innocent, then let's see some proof. Hey Mr. Edgeworth, I leave it to you to handle this. Yes, I'd rather you did. The Takarasu's goal, huh? You can claim she's innocent, but you can't change the facts I've already outlined. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in the field with the body.
Hold it!
I really don't think that being the first to discover the body makes her the killer by default. No, but if you saw the self-reported Takarasu standing in front of a body, wouldn't you get a little suspicious yourself? Ugh! Even so, I'd still listen to what that person had to say before I pass judgment. Ha! Are you talking about yourself and those times when you were under suspicion? I think the pain of being falsely accused is something you really should experience. I personally know that feeling really well, sir. And given my situation, I now know exactly what it's like too. I'm fine with never experiencing it, ever. Are you done with your little group conference? So Agent Shina suspects Kei of murder simply because Kei is the Takarasu. But if I can prove the Takarasu's goal is not related to murder, then I may be able to begin to reason with her.
Objection!
Agent Shina, I regret to inform you, but there is a flaw in your logic. Oh? Even if you claim that she is the killer, and the Takarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Kochin's body. Furthermore, the Takarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all. Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Kochin had the key on him.
Objection!
If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Need, reason. All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe second compartment before returning the key. Ah! But the fact still remains that Mr. Kochin was stabbed to death.
Objection!
But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used in the victim with my own eyes. What? Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. Definitive evidence. The knife wound in the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is part of a special 3-piece set which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument. That is your definitive evidence? You see now that she is definitely the killer, right? No, Mr. Edgeworth, you've got to believe me! I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy, I swear! And you came in here because you were chasing the suspicious person? That's right! I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person! But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights. But then... Ah! Who's there? This is... I came to this room
room upon hearing the girl scream. And when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. The object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon? I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat came to this room before me. You continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go? I don't know, but I know they came in here. It sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. He has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't... Okay? Don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can and I will. Rebuttal. The knife wound in the body is consistent with the blade of the knife.
Hold it!
Does this mean that you already have the results back? You have confirmed that the shape of the bodily knife's blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficiency of the Interpol forensics teams with your own.
Objection!
I won't if you don't underestimate our police force. And so we're clear, I'd hardly say your logic is sound, which you'll see in a bit. If you can prove me wrong, please, by all means, go ahead. That has been my intention all along. Now let me return to your testimony. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding.
Hold it!
You mean to say that you saw Kate holding the murder weapon with your own eyes? I was also on the search for the Atakarasu. When I heard that girl scream coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw the girl standing there motionless with a knife in her hands. I already told you, I only came in here because I was also after the Atakarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the light, and then... You found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet. How many times do I have to tell you? We can't trust the words of the suspect. The only thing you'll accept is evidence, is it? That's the only acceptable way to encounter an agent of Interpol on the scene of a crime. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have some kind of evidence that can prove me innocent? I think I do, because there is one piece of evidence I find to be a bit interesting. I think I need to carefully examine that piece of evidence again. I assume she obtained a knife from the display rack and used it on the victim.
Hold it!
I ask that you please refrain from speculation. It's a sound hypothesis derived from the evidence. There's no room for debate. Ah! Miles Edgeworth, know that an ungraceful loss will not be tolerated, my subordinate. Now rebut her hypothesis with factual logic. Otherwise, what was your investigation for? Yes, you are correct. Thank you. Helping a subordinate out with advice is the job of any good superior. She seems to be rather enjoying herself, but she is correct nonetheless. Agent Gina, please continue with your testimony. The knife is a part of a special three-piece set, which has a design like no other.
Hold it!
About the three-piece set, is there really no other like it? Let's ask Ambassador Palliano for more details, shall we? The knives are indeed special. They have the butterfly, the symbol of the Republic of Babel, engraved on them. And because there are only 3 of them in the world, they are very, very valuable. The national symbol, huh? Well, the knives are covered in the butterfly design. Along with the Alabastian set, our respective countries only have 3 knives each. You see? Are you satisfied now? If so, let's continue. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument.
Hold it!
No, I believe there is still room for debate, and I'll thank you to not decide that for me. I didn't decide anything for you. I'm merely looking at the reality the way it is.
Objection!
Are you sure you're not just viewing the facts through rose-colored glasses? Mr. Edgeworth, I think she's mad at you. Perhaps, but our definitions of reality are a tad different. Are the two of you done chatting? Agent Gina's proof is the Babalese knife that Kay was allegedly holding. Yeah. So, how are you gonna prove that Kay didn't do it, sir? If Agent Gina wants to suspect Kay merely because Kay was the only one here, then I must show with evidence that Kay couldn't have committed the murder. But do you have such evidence, sir? Yes. There is one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural to me, and I believe it is my duty to point that out to Agent Sheena. To examine another piece of evidence, but
Objection!
this piece of evidence proves that there is a glaring flaw in your logic. That piece of evidence in my testimony, actually, it proves the absence of a flaw in my logic and the presence of one in yours. I was mistaken? I'll just continue with my testimony now.
Objection! 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 Objection!
I'm losing!
Objection!
I don't know what the answer is.
Objection!
I'm just choosing answers.
Objection!
should look up the answer, just to speed things along. So look up. Second statement, okay.
Objection!
Okay. So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it? But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. There is blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched and was in fact not the real murder weapon. It wasn't the real murder weapon. This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? As you can see, the Ablaze knife has now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cogent was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. This should clear up any and all suspicions surrounding Kay. Your argument isn't airtight yet. How so? It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles.
Hold it!
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing? I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem.
Objection!
The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not included in Mr. Cogent's killer. What is this mark on here? It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means. No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this.
Take that!
You can't be serious. It appears that you've made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right. The Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knives. This part of the knife handle has Babel's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Babelese in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Sheena? After the fire had broken out. That's right. Kate entered the Babelese embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastian side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire, which means that Kate could not have transported an Alabastian object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer.
Whoop! Way to go, Mr. Edwards, sir! What a great victory! Huh? Hey, why is everyone so quiet?
I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife here? Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babel? It didn't just find its way over here. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over. You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we were just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run? Now that's the way a real great thief operates. Okay? Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edward, for proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did.
Not really, but...
Come on, you don't have to be shy about it. Your argument is still not airtight. Would you care to elaborate? I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yatakarasu. And again, look how many times do I have to explain it to you? I'm the real Yatakarasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Objection!
Preposterous! I once ran to suspect her of such a thing. The fact that she calls herself the Otakarasu, that in itself is the most elegant proof. Miss Sheena. Yes? I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yasakarasu, and I refuse to allow some imposters to claim their name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Sheena. Let me share something with you too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? Oh, I guess we better get going! Going? To where? To the Kingdom of Alabast. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Alabastian knife came from, we'll have to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinates, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt. Understood. To be continued. March 14th, 7:44 p.m. The Atrium Neutralis, lobby. Sound off. One. 1. Tifu, 99 callouts, so all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. Hey, you. Yeah, you, the second number one from my right. Sir, yes, sir? Here, a birthday present for you. Tifu, I didn't know that you know all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Tifu, you are more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Lonzi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and a happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir. Tifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Tifu, I'm so moved. And I can't stop crying. What is he talking about? Can't stop crying. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over. Everyone, head for your posts. Dismissed! Sir! Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena. She's already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again.
I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian Embassy.
What if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Long, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights.
Sorry, Sid, but it's not that simple. Alabaz has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, about only half of them were admitted to the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen might spoil his soup, if you get what I mean.
How dare you make such assumptions?
Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabaz in this Von Karma. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabaz are a bit of a mess right now.
What do you mean by a bit of a mess?
No one told you? We had an incident in Alabaz as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor.
Look, Wolfie, just let us in already.
Is there a problem here, Agent Long? Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in.
Ambassador Abba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation.
Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It's all because I lack the strength to govern well.
He looks like his nose, he looks wooden. I was about to say he looks like a tree stump, but that nose.
He looks like he's made of wood. He's a real boy.
Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador.
You weakling, Kirkus! Curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country! What are you? Thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Long, and it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Long. There, you see?
Oh, no way!
Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them into Alabast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Ablaze embassy. He was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings, completely unbeknownst to me. But ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Bobble someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway.
Alright, you heard that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in!
Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Bobble murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Bobble.
Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me.
Yes, sir! Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better.
I don't know how to make a rasp noise. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is?
Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet.
Franziska von Karma, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I know it! You're the whip lady! You may address me as Miss von Karma. Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabast in your hands! Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatakarasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I headed to Alabast. And I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Palliano for all that he has done for me. What is that? There's a flat panel, a VCR, and a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table. There might be a clue among these. I'd better check the titles of these videos. My mind, the things I put myself through for the sake of the investigation. These flowers are a gift from Global Studios. They seem to be prospering quite a bit, thanks to their constant stream of hit shows. The national flag of the Republic of Bobble is on display here. The crest on it features a butterfly. The Bobble's embassy, which sits to the right of the theater, and the Alabastan embassy, which sits to the left. Something has happened in each of the two embassies. I sense that unconventional methods will be required to solve both of these mysteries. Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you to keep Kay safe.
Yes, sir! You just leave everything to me, sir!
And don't worry, I'll take good care of Gummy for you.
We'll go investigate into the Bobble side of things together. Right, Kay?
That's right, Gummy.
All they're missing is the last stooge.
Hey, I'm glad you were not hurt, but please refrain from such recklessness, okay? Alright? What if you had run into the Yatakarasu? You could have been killed. Sorry to make you worry like that. I'll be more careful from now on.
Good girl. It's good to conduct some self-reflection every once in a while.
It's funny, you know. When I talk with you, Miss Edgeworth, it's like I'm talking with my father.
Is that so? Do I really seem that old to her?
There are stacks of pamphlets about the two embassies here.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please take as many as you would like. You'll find that you can cut out the last page and use it as a coupon. I'm afraid it must decline, as I have little interest in them. Wait, I thought Americans love coupons. The man in the green coat earlier was beyond ecstatic when I gave him some.
Ambassador Palliano, I ask that you please not think of him as representative of all Americans. These flowers are a gift from the Gatewater Imperial Hotel. It appears that their business has boomed since they became a Steel Samurai sponsor. The national flag of the Kingdom of Alabast is on display here. The crest on it features a flower, the knife with the flower design on it that we found in the Bobbleese embassy. So it appears that it is definitely connected to the Kingdom of Alabast. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Even Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There's no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Ablaze ink? Well, why are there restrictions on the export of Ablaze ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info.
Hold it!
Francisca, as your subordinate, I'm a part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Jinfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes. As you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babel's special Ablaze ink, and it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Ablaze ink from the real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babel. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amounts of Ablaze ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess. You still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink? Yes, and while we're still listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babelese embassy, we're looking at the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden. Mark my words, I will find them. Ambassador Palliano, I'm in your debt.
No, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Nanny's killer to justice.
I will, Ambassador. On my honor.
Wow, you're so sensational! You really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but I know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly.
No, that's quite alright.
Oh well, how about this then?
And what exactly is it?
It's fountain pen ink. Known as Babelese ink, it's made exclusively in Babel.
So this is Babelese ink.
We make it from lit crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One to be a fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer.
How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift.
Great! Wonderful! I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market.
Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabaste. So we're going to go gather whatever info we can over on the Babelese side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right? And I'm counting on you and Miss Von Carmen to sniff out clues in Alabaste. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phone, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. March 14th, 8:17 p.m. Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Whoa! What do you think you're doing to my subordinates?
Okay, who is under that?
Is it Max Towers? No! It's Larry Butts! How'd he get this role?
No wonder things were fucked up on stage.
If it smells, it's the butts, as they say.
Edgy, oh thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship! The raven, it appeared, poof! And it disappeared, swoosh! And though I am the steel samurai, my sword, I'm so confused, I don't know what anything means anymore!
Who is this fruitcake?
I'm Mary of the House of Buds, married man of New Old Tokyo, milady!
Now I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles?
Yes, surprisingly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind and you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind! I accidentally became a suspect in a murder! I see. It is quite the bind.
Not that we're in the least bit surprised.
Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face.
His name is Larry Butts.
I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, He has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry! It was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on? And why are you beet red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry, am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? So this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy, Master Mask the Second. Master Mask the Second? Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Chief, we've identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now.
Agent Long, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well?
What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek.
But Agent Long! Oh, it's him! He's back!
Agent Long, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Oh yes, of course. You, let the detective see the file.
You're Detective Bad!
You're the prosecutor, Miss Edgeworth, right?
Fancy meeting you here, Detective.
You weren't expecting me? Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Atakarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case a card was ever found.
What incredible dedication to the case.
Detective Bad knows the Atakarasu MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. For Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Atakarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him.
I am in your debt, Detective Bad. About the murder of the Mask the Second, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details?
When the Atakarasu showed up, Agent Long and I took ourselves off guard and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Mask the Second, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another.
And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in his room? Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective?
That samurai?
He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless.
Well, it was just a random guess. Not like he's actually under arrest. Right, here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech, and that's when the Atakarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Atakarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty.
A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat?
The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time.
And where was he?
He was on the roof, with one of his legs on a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room.
Ugh! Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Begin investigation! There are some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and after that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts of the Babalese knives, which means the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Kochin. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. A
can spot absolutely no difference between this primitive statue and Bobbles. The statue's face looks a bit like that costume hero you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least I don't suppose so. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect these are the counterparts to the Bobbly's knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Kochen. What? One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and handle, fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then this means that the alabastrian knife did find its way into Bobble. But how? Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny just like my heart. It comes at you with whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like BAM! You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it! Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe you can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence. It will point something out about the spear. What is that plant supposed to be? Francisca, can't you see that's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You're deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. Larry, about the spear. Oh, are you feeling it? BAM! I thought there was something strange about the spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now, take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. Ah! What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around, and BAM! It hit the wall! Yeah, unbelievable! This is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless hot-blooded man! Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it was some field trip, and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that! I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that! It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. Ah! That's not friendship. It's utter humiliation. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I've got to ask you too. What is it? It's like, both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Yo! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Laurice Dunim? Laurice Luan now? That's Donim! Laurice Donum! Get that straight in your head, Edgy! Ow! Now I remember. You're that rude pale imitation of a real artist. No! You got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole erase business. Besides, when Banjolina left me and my heart in peace... Banjolina? That's quite the name. That's when Minzy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as the Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it right! I knew you know what I meant, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too! Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. Your past experiences taught me that you were always at the center of some insane event. Evie! How can you be so mean stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. You stopped Francie from whipping me from behind! So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine, however. I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry. No, not yet, Edgy. Don't take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more! Confess, now. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know, that Witch-Free Custom and the Legendary Hero. Legendary? Hero? Santa Claus! Santa Claus? I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. Santa Claus isn't real! But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. And? Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up.
Objection!
Larry, did you realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know! I did graduate from junior high, you know. But you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Oh, crud! It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man! What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa?
Objection!
Let's start with the fact that it will be the IDs of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 21st. That's in December, you nitwit. Oh! Hey, wait a sec! We're not in court! Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon! Huh? What? You want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans I've sat at me. What are you prattling on about now? Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! How is that? I bet it sent shivers up your spine! I let myself get caught up in being a spectator! How could I fail myself? This reveal that Edgeworth is a very loud Steel Samurai fan is absolutely bananas, okay? I had no idea. Wait, I wonder if you might know what this is. Nope, not a clue. You didn't even look at it. Nah, that's because the only thing I can see right now is the form of my lovely Francie. Oh, in that case, allow me to help you steer my form into you for all of eternity. Eek! Ah! Whippity! Whip! Ah! Now this is a trip I'm willing to endorse, especially if we can finally get some peace here. There was a grandfather clock just like this one earlier in the Ablaze embassy. You know, symmetry is a fine thing, but their interior design really suffers for it. Really, I think this clock actually fits the decor of this room quite well. I suppose the wood does suit the all-natural atmosphere of this room. Its design and the materials made up strikes a good balance with the plans. Hey, you two! Now's not the time to be talking about interior decorating, you know? Hurry up and save me! Be quiet. Ah! This is all a part of my elite investigation. All you need to do is be quiet and watch. Actually, I do believe Larry has a point for once. Ad starts in 1 minute. There are decorative plants here as well. This room is overflowing with nature. Humans used to live in the grandeur of nature once long ago. I believe I'm not mistaken in thinking that those people truly love nature.
This is coming from a man who loves shows featuring costume actors. Ugh, she just had to go there again, didn't she? There was the exact same statue sitting in that Ablaze office we examined. It's a prima duck statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Cudopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Ablaze and Babel claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. It's a prima duck statue. There was one of these on the Babelese side as well. I hear it's really valuable and made of pure gold. It was a national treasure of Cudopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Ablaze and Babel claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. What an incredibly childish fight to have. It was almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Babelese side, but I can't see any of the details from this distance. The counterpart to the Babelese butterfly is the alabastrian flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Ablaze provides honey to Babel? Rosiska, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you should come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one was to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. Rosiska, why can't you just admit I had something there? Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. He was taken just before the murder. The Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there? Clearly there is a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costumed actors? It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? After hardly thinks passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. What? Random Jesus name drop. In an Ace Attorney game. As they say, you learn something new every day. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log. It finally spread it today. Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. So this is the victim, the mask the second. What is with his body outfit?
You don't know about Mask the Mask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace.
So this thief is separate from the Yatakarasu?
I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. The mask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about the mask.
That's alright. All I probably hear are tales of his failure anyway.
You haven't changed a bit, I see.
In any case, let's get started here, shall we? There's not a single shred of fashion sense into the mask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it.
You two don't know. You can buy this costume almost anywhere now.
It's being sold? Since when?
It's around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out the mask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be.
I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. We got your point about 3 foolishes back, Francisca. What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There is something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the prima duck statue in this room. What is that supposed to be? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the theft of the prima duck statue? I thought that the mask had quit the business.
This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashi Nu. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damascus II.
The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood in the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. I suppose this was the wrapping cloth the Master II used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. So this is a murder weapon in this case. This blood in the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's second weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in your real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of the sword is the Steel Samurai.
or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our chief's investigation. That's a fact, but no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you insult our chief, then prepare to be punished. Oh, and how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator on a chief's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much? Oh, Jesus! You did some investigating over in the Bobbly's embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Longji says, a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is, who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. A real wolf can catch both. I see. So what are you trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling 2 cases? Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as a murder weapon. Oh, that's... Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Yes, apparently you did. And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You wanna talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Ah! Foolish fool looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you? Who would believe such a tale?
Hold it!
Sorry, Miss Aunt Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Edgy, you believe me? I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon! What? You want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans that's out of me. What are you prattling on about now? Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! Oh, I already read through that. Oh wait, this is Steel Samurai! I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. The Steel Samurai that was up there on that stage, that really you? Yep, sure was! But Larry! You! Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! I was moved by the performance of this man? This completely useless, worthless bum? I fear I may never recover from this. Poor Edgeworth. Life ruined. What is that plant supposed to be? Franziska, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. Okay, what else can I look at? The counterparts of the Bobbly's butterfly is the alabaster flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that alabaster provides honey to bobbles? Oh wait, I already read through this. Everything has a check mark on it. Okay, I must need to talk to Franziska. Yes? I've only just arrived in this room myself, which is why we need to investigate some more. Yes, I agree. Our priority should be on understanding what the current situation is. Of course. I was planning to do that from the very beginning. In that case, hurry up and start the investigation already. I will! So let's get started. In order to find out the truth behind what happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can. It's a statue of the founder of Codopia, Plumi Ducks. Because it's a national treasure, I've heard that only a few are allowed access to it. That's exactly right. Even we're not allowed to touch it. Not without the ambassador's permission, anyway. If we lay even a single finger on it, bam! It's instant jail time. Understood. So it's that precious of a national treasure that a single touch can lead to arrest. And yet, I sense that there is something off about the statue. What is the source of this unease I feel?
Von Karma, what do you think of this piece of evidence? Well, since you asked so nicely as my subordinate, I'll answer you. However, as your superior, I also must make sure that my subordinates grow in the job. Therefore, please gather your own thoughts together first, and then try presenting again. As simple, I don't have any thoughts about that would have sufficed. Passion flowers. They are a most beautiful flower. Indeed, they are a magnificent species. But always be mindful of the fact that beautiful flowers have painful thorns. I suppose that advice coming from a woman with a whip is best heeded. Oh, the dude. Is this a fake then? Was it replaced? Eureka! Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy in the ambassador's face as he shakes that top-notch hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. This statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or secretariat level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... No, Pink Princess, how are you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabashan Embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if you would please answer... Oh my god! It's Wendy O'Bag again! What is she doing here? Why does she... Okay, I'm done being shocked. This must be what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the? Aren't you Miss O'Bag? Why are you so surprised? So you're the one that got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. You are acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes. We worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why I'm okay, Edgy Poo. You don't need to be jealous. No! I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep. So I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious Edgy Poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I've misjudged you, Edgy Poo. You misjudged him? I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know? That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, Edgy Poo. I'd chase you forever, to the end of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francisca and I actually see eye to eye. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gate Waterland as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago. That was yesterday. Well, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me this morning. Kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you? Apparently the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio? I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible time when she returns. I'm not exactly to be a stand in the very last second, so I took over and I threw that Drake doll so she can, and the audience was enough for her. I can't, because I tell you, they're really... I'm just gonna read all that. I want to read all of it. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible
terrible time when she returns. I mean, I'm not exactly great at reading that strange font I use, plus I was called in to be a stand-in at the very last second, so I tripped over all the most important lines. I threw that ragdoll instead of the shuriken, had the steel samurai instead of the enemy, and the audience was in an uproar, but as an avant-garde actress, they'll forgive me, because I tell you, they're really just a bunch of simpletons. You're a rather lively old lady. So basically, you received a stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look. It appears that she is telling the truth. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under my door. To my room. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your lovely night. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you think they could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this is horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? But now that you're here, Eddie Pooh, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Eddie Pooh? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Eddie Pooh, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I've had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hips warm. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Eddie Pooh, I'm so scared. Hold me. Caress me.
Hold it!
If you could please not cling on to my personage. In any case, I take it then you failed to show up at the Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that? No, I didn't go. I mean, I have the heart of a young tender maiden. My body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Prosecutor Von Carmack brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Oh, it's so cute! We got a little doggy. Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. I request the assistance of a dog in our search for the Takarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. I think its name is Missile. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That actually alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, now this guy, isn't that an official samurai dog? No! Bad Missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the steel samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog in there in the first place. It looks like that snack wasn't all of Missile sounds. Oh, and what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Eddie Pooh, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bag? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like. Thanks, but no thanks. This show was shot here at this crime scene. What? Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing, I tell you. What? Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect? You're too cruel, Eddie Pooh. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this. It's always my fault for some reason or another. This tabloid article is missing, the camera's missing? Okay, I'm gonna read all this. I'm just gonna let it go on. Okay. That weekly tabloid article is missing? The camera is missing? That lawyer always needs to make sure it's my fault they're missing. Speaking of missing, there's the matter of my husband. As you can you believe when we got married he said, I guess I'm stuck marrying you? What kind of way to propose is that? What he should have done is he should have whispered in my ear, I don't deserve you, but I can't help it. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days. Well, I don't believe she is lying about her actions. But I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours? Oh, the brilliant mind of yours. You really can't see through everything about me. And so the feeling of dread continues. But I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course. I'm forever yours, my edgy poo. Edgy wedgy poo. If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you this old bag? No! You really don't change, do you? I'm only one how to take a joke. Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the push cart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves. Right, Edgy? So did you deliver the samurai dog to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy! Don't just ignore me and my question. Are you going to stick up for me? About that. See, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were, the samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they were for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the steel samurai and the pink princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. That didn't work. He was a much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you should keep on investigating until you do understand. Now, my subordinates, continue with the investigation. Alright, I will. It is with great dread that I proceed to do what I must to solve the case. Fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from the investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part.
On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from his old bag's fire. So basically the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? Precisely. The ladies understood that Miss still found. Ah! Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt? Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There's an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can't get a better look at it. What in the... The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room? There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the second killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the Master Second's murder. Investigation complete. It would appear that the answer has made itself known.
You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have.
Very well then. If you are prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me.
Good. I'm counting on you, Edgy.
Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is.
My lie!
I know that there is still something you are keeping from the rest of us.
What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy?
Curse you! I should just hurry up and die already if that was gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. Oh my god! That's so extreme! That's where everything is in mad confusion!
Hey, you made some wonderful friends as a child, I see.
Larry, I only have one thing to say to you.
Even if you make that face at me, it's no use! A man who was ready to die is strong-willed, you know?
Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you.
Edgy!
Although, allow me to say, that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this.
Alright, this time, I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works.
Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight.
He said he would kill himself!
Come on, dude, that's so dramatic. Up on the rooftop.
After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. For that, until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chicken. I mean, like, that is a rare thing, you know? So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
Larry, I thought I just finished telling you to not lie anymore.
But it's not ultra embarrassing.
And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me?
Edgy, man. I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reason it out of me.
As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. Rebuttal!
After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy.
Hold it!
You left the pushcart? Could you please clarify that statement for me?
Yeah, the wheels in the pushcart got covered in dirt for the rose garden. It would have made a mess of the floor inside, so Ambassador Alba said to just leave it. Well, it would be rather impolite to early another country's embassy.
Not to think of it, I recall seeing the pink princess on my way to the embassy.
And what was she doing?
Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by some dogs on a stretcher.
She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip that she suffered during the show.
So I came into the embassy, right? And then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador.
Hold it!
So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Ablaze, did you?
Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand.
Hey there, are you disrespecting another country in their very own embassy?
As someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second.
Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue.
What is with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing, and I'll tell you only lies.
You're already telling us nothing but lies, so let it go and move on.
Alright, already. You don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy. After that, and in so many negative theories, I had some free time, so I wandered around.
Hold it!
Mary, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter.
I know! I get it! I'm totally the bad guy again!
I thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Longji says, true friends are bosom friends. If you are in trouble, call on your bosom friends whose shoulder you can truly cry on.
Hey, bosom buddy! I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony.
Has it crossed your pea-sized brain yet again? Yet, that Agent Long is only out to arrest you, Larry? No then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened?
That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know?
Hold it!
I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed, especially since they are a traditional feature of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys.
Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is a really romantic type.
A romantic chimney?
It might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about that chimney.
Women seem to really enjoy chimneys? What does that mean? I don't understand. Where did he get this impression?
So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
Hold it!
You really wanted to play Santa?
Oh well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at Gourd Lake.
I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. He doesn't need to go around killing people after he comes down our family's chimney, after all. Actually, is it worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal? Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Long.
Hey, Edgy! You're so incredibly mean!
Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world?
Of course I know that! I did graduate from junior high, you know!
In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to.
It was, delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love?
Objection!
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard. Well, a lie is still a lie.
You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that?
In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present to was most certainly this. Ah, we got the face reveal.
Take that!
That's right, it was this person.
Edgy. Looks like you can say totally irrelevant things too, just like me!
I refuse to be lectured by a man who bumbles through life like a punch-drunk monkey. It would appear that I was mistaken, but if I think this through rationally and calmly, the answer should become clear. The person Larry wanted to deliver a present to, there really is only one person it could be. Okay, maybe it was Pink Princess.
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect.
Don't spread lies about me! I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I tried to go down a chimney! Ow!
I advise you to stop right there on your bashing the lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this.
Take that!
Larry, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence.
No way! But it's not really all that important, is it? It's always like this. You act me so high and mighty and then you bully me. That's why I refuse to look at it.
Be quiet and just take a look.
Well, if you say so, Ramsey, it's only because you say so.
Some people never change, even if their attitudes do change for the will of women.
So what's up with that anyway?
Why, it's proof that you never even knew existed, of course.
Oh, is that all? Well, I don't need it right now, so I'll just give it back to you.
What?
I've got you on the ropes now, don't I?
What was that piece of evidence wrong related to the question at hand?
That took so long!
Hey, it wasn't right. I need to think through this one more time. Larry didn't know one very important fact when he tried to sneak into the old bat's room.
Take that!
This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress.
But that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam pierce in my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you!
You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes?
This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it.
I suppose you could put it that way.
Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all! Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy?
To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure.
Hey, Edgy, looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now.
But we're not in court at the moment.
Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court.
I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Long she says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen.
Alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits!
Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Larry's assertion.
So you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed as a Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. And to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something!
Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this, not as a confession, but as testimony?
So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that?
So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man and one man only. As long as Edgy was alive, I can't just drop him and be unfaithful. I was tempted to just Okay, she's going too fast for me. Too fast for my... Okay. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man and one man only. And as long as Edgy Poo's alive, I can't just drop him and be unfaithful. No, I can't. Although earlier I was tempted just a tiny, winny bit by that wolf man, but that was just a test of my love for my dear Edgy Poo, which I passed with flying colors. But from now on, I will stay completely true to my beloved Edgy Poo for the rest of eternity. I swear it.
I'm so inspired.
You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at this point.
What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show me some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy.
Proof, you say?
Remember, Edgy? Everything is evidence in court, right?
You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point.
Yeah, see? I'm totally a pro at this now.
Very well. If you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Rebuttal.
So you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy?
Hold it!
Well, I have been saying that for a while now. After all, if not for that, then for what other reasons do you wish to go down that chimney?
You can't say that without any evidence. Let's get the rules, Edgy.
Not so fast!
Thanks for keeping the prosecutor in line for me, Mr. Suspect.
Hold it!
I have the evidence, and if you wish to see it that badly, I can introduce you to. But it's not good to keep them waiting, my subordinates. Hurry and show them already. Lies! Oh, lies, Eddie! Well, if you wish to lie, then by all means, continue. Because I'm ready to expose your lie at a moment's notice. You won't get the best of me! Now let's see. Well, I dressed up in Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick.
Hold it!
Was the smoke coming from the chimney really that thick? You bet! It was so thick I had tears pouring out of my eyes. It was a mess! I see. You do realize that you've just conformed for us, your chimney escapade. What? That's totally unfair! You tricked me, Edgy! Hardly. You simply have yet to master how to counter this cross-examination technique. Well, what I just said was some of the... I mean, I said the wrong thing. Besides, isn't this what you really meant to say about what I did tonight? It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech.
Hold it!
I'm not quite sure how you can mistake that actress for this lady. Oh, Edgy Poo, are you staring at me? Are you finally succumbing to my feminine charms? I should think that the Steel Samurai is the one who should know all about your charms. What? Me? Edgy, what are you trying to do to me? Nothing, simply that the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess are husband and wife. Oh, is my poor little Edgy Poo jealous? If you could please drop that line of discussion right this instant. But Edgy, I told you! I already have Mindy! Speaking of Mindy, exactly what kind of woman would you say she is? Edgy, are you seriously telling me you don't know who Mindy is? She's just like what her name means. She's supposed to be with a great smile. I don't mean to brag, but she's one of the troops' fastest rising stars. Interesting.
Huh. So you're saying a woman like that is what made you late to the speech?
Huh? Curse you two! Why do you have to make a suspect out of me? Look, all I care say is this. I was late to the speech. Then to top it all off, I became a suspect of a murder. That's what you really meant.
Hold it!
I suppose you might be correct in a small way. What do you mean by that? Besides being a suspect of a murder, there are a few other things you're a suspect of. Oh, not you too, Brandy. You tried to stalk me, but I won't let you intimidate me like that. Look, I already told you, Miss Old Bag. I wasn't after you. I was trying to see Mindy.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, can I just arrest this guy already?
I completely understand how you feel, Agent Long. Wait, please listen to what I have to say. If you have a series of searches to make, then I'd consider listening. However, no problem. I'm gonna put all I've got into this, so listen good, okay? But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the final point you wish to make. You got it! I've called on all the energy I have and told it to you with all my soul. In that case, allow me to take that soul and break it. Huh? Yes, we'll stamp it under our feet until it's been ground to a fine powder. A fine powder? Eek!
If you really put all your soul into that, then you're ready for what's coming, right?
In place of Honorable Larry, I offer my soul to you. Larry, come out from behind there and face this like a man. You're scary, my liege. This whole testimony is one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging you to show why he bothered to put himself through all of this.
Objection!
Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey! Whoa! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able... Whoops. Wrong voice. But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? Ah! I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection!
You can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you are not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you are attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry is...
Take that!
Larry, as soon as you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wangy to the average eye. Hey, stop hitting on me! It's so embarrassing!
There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? for punching, but that'll have to wait until we're off of this crime scene.
Eek, Edgy, save me from the scary man!
Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake.
That wasn't me!
Come again?
It's a fake! Someone got to get me, so they made that fake letter! To set me up!
Accept your defeat graciously.
But you guys are being so mean!
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis.
What's that?
No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter.
I'll never write another thing in my life!
Hold it!
Tisk. There's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting.
Take that!
This autograph in our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure.
I'm so sorry! I did it! It was me causing trouble again! I admit it! You hit the nail right on the head! Edgy.
So he finally confesses.
I saw the big princess being carried around in a stretcher, not worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room and the doctors wouldn't let me in! So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy!
Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney? What a criminally overactive imagination.
Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney.
Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiments.
I'm really sorry.
Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least, I can attest to that about you.
Edgy, you're...
We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you.
Ow!
In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay?
Ow! Oh, hey, what? Edgy, what does the wolf man mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet?
He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are two layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite.
Eek! Edgy, that guy, it looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me!
I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand in this sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble, but this is one game I can't afford to lose. Hi, Larry. I was the one who found the body of the victim, the Master Second. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red, and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the steel samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. What's up in the murder weapon's odor? The suspect, Larry Butts, in here too.
Whoa! It's already been 3 hours? That's ridiculous!
It doesn't look like this case is going to be resolved in 3 hours, so I'm going to have to be playing a lot longer than that. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think there's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Not so fast!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. Man has some serious issues with prosecutors.
Come on, I can't come up with something as complicated as that, right, Edgy?
Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Long knows nothing about you, or me for that matter.
I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. Rebuttal.
I was the one who found the body of the victim. You matched the second.
Hold it!
So you were the first to discover the body this time?
This time? What's that supposed to mean? You'd better watch what you say.
I only said this time because earlier Kate was the first to discover the body in Bobble. And your secretary, Agent Sheena, was ready to accuse her of murder for that.
Not so fast!
Ha! So are you going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now?
Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies.
But in the Bobbleese case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one, it's a bit different since you know exactly what the weapon is. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering the scent of blood?
Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood in the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword.
Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by.
Beside it was the samurai sword, covered in the victim's blood.
Hold it!
So the sword is covered in the victim's blood?
Yeah, the lab results confirm that the blood on the sword matches the victim's. But the sword is as dull as a vanilla envelope. It's just a stage prop after all.
The Steel Samurai is all about safety first. They can't use like a real sword. The Steel Samurai has spoken. The Pink Princess also appears to have something she'd like to petition to you personally. What the Pink Princess would like to say can wait for the day after eternity.
Anyway, my point is that even though the sword is too dull to slice with, it is certainly heavy enough to bludgeon someone to death with. Therefore, I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing.
Hold it!
About the samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet?
They confirmed that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim.
Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon?
Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well,
I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence' true nature.
anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good. Now let's continue. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead.
Hold it!
Larry has already testified that he forgot the samurai sword here. Yeah, I was taking a dance with the ambassador in here and I left it behind by accident.
Not so fast!
So what? You lied earlier, so who's to say that this excuse isn't just another lie?
But I forget stuff all the time! Right, Edgy? Tell him! Why don't you tell him yourself? You see, what did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse. Yes, well, I know that it's not possible to prove such an excuse as truth.
And yet you offer it up as fact? You're a worse person than I originally thought.
You're free to think what you'd like. However, I know that Larry is not the killer. Agent Long, please continue with your argument. I'll expose the flaw in it soon enough.
Plus, if I'm the murder weapon's owner, Larry Butt's in here too.
Hold it!
Just because he is the owner of the weapon, therefore he must be the killer, is it?
No, climbing all the way up to the chimney is plenty suspicious in my book as well.
Objection!
Regarding that, I have already drawn the truth out, and the truth is one thing I don't bend.
Not so fast!
It doesn't matter if it's you or whoever. You prosecutors are all the same. And as for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in.
Objection! An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors? What are you playing at?
Sorry, sis. But there are only two things I trust, my subordinates and evidence at the crime scene.
Agent Long hates prosecutors, but as long as he trusts evidence that has been left at the crime scene, that there is something I can show him that he can believe in, it's simply not possible that the samurai sword is a real murder weapon. So I should focus on proving that point to Agent Long first. And it starts in 1 minute.
Objection!
Okay, that didn't work.
Not so fast!
Back. Okay, I'm back. it wasn't that.
Hold it! Objection! Not so fast!
I don't know what the answer is. I think I'm just gonna look it up. Got stuck twice.
Objection!
Okay, it was that. Do you know what this is, Agent Long?
Hey, it's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. You're saying mowing people down? Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history.
It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category.
So, what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon?
No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here.
The way it's bent.
Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against the wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that?
Yeah!
Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish I could make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. And I got the spear for the director to play for that doing it in the show. Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him? Ouch! That's been more than enough out of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. This Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolishly foolish statement for a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than perfect victory.
Hold it!
That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth.
Not so fast!
You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Disaster II without bending it. So, what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need.
Of course! What I need is evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. Why Larry Part 2?
It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy, top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon?
How long do you intend to cling on to that preposterous theory?
As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword.
Hold it!
You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact?
Not so fast!
If you've got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Rebuttal.
It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone.
Hold it!
May I inquire as to how you were able to make such a claim, Agent Long?
Longji says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension, a mysterious creature is man.
Rather than man, it's like Agent Long's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible.
The human body is a mysterious thing. Even with a toy-like sword, it's easy to kill a man if you hit just the right spots. Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it!
But we can only be sure one way or the other by seeing if the wound matches the sword.
I know that. But as long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim it as much as I'd like. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion.
Hold it!
But you must know that your conclusion is wrong.
Given the circumstance I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than these prosecutors will ever be.
Hold it!
And you call yourself a professional?
Not so fast!
You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon.
Another possible weapon. In this room, there's only one thing left. This is going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now.
You're not going to get me to trust you with the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is a murder weapon. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon.
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword?
That's right, even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined.
Do I have a problem with Agent Lung's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? If you believe that there is no other door or possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you.
Not so fast!
And how do you plan to do that?
By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
Not so fast!
The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis?
Of course, because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation.
Not so fast!
What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men.
Hold it!
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item's a real murder weapon.
Alright then! I'll play along for now. This real murder weapon that killed the Mox II. What exactly is it?
The real murder weapon, which not a single person has yet to touch, is this.
Take that!
The national treasure of Ablaze.
You mean the Primitive statue?
Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct?
Not so fast!
Ha 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 ha! You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Ablaze and the Republic of Babel. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it!
Agent Long, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that.
Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to infidel words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, let's be rational about this. Grr. Longji says. Just go already. Yes, sir. Shifu. Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain a permission for us to examine the Primitive statue. I see.
Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Long, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally.
Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know?
Agent Long.
What do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. What? But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it!
Agent Long, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me.
Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, less talk and more investigating.
If you want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Long, I'd like to run a luminescence test on the statue.
A luminol test? Ah, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensic team in here. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the Master Second.
Indeed.
But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This is to let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill the Master Second, so the charge remains.
We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Long. Knowing that it is a real weapon, I believe further examination is required.
Huh, you think so? Okay then, knock yourself out.
Upon closer inspection, he really does look a lot like the Steel Samurai.
Maybe that's why they chose him to be the Goodwill Ambassador?
I actually can't discredit that hypothesis. Maybe the people in this embassy just really like the Steel Samurai. That's absolutely preposterous. I don't think it's that unlikely. They must go around denouncing people's opinions. And yet, look at how easily you discredited mine. Not that I care why you chose him.
And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint? Who's a definitive evidence like you doing under here? So we've got some fingerprints to analyze.
Worst case scenario, this print belongs to Larry. It looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now.
Hey, forensics guy, I want results on these fingerprints ASAP. You hear me? Agent Long, I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Ablaze embassy? The prints belong to him, to Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. Well, that's... Well, what's going on around here?
No, that's impossible. Each primitive statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Bobble's primitive statue. Impossible! It can't be!
Yeah!
Larry never once set foot on Bobbly's soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only serves to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an alabastrian knife in Bobble. And the Master Second was killed in alabastrian soil with Bobble's natural treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yasakarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. I'm gonna continue! March 14th, 9:21 p.m. Open air stage. I plugged the Master Second Investigations Francisca and returned to Bobble. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Bobble's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! Okay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they've made absolutely no progress.
We weren't goofing off. Honest, sir. You've been investigating our hearts out.
Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation?
Oh, we've had a really fun time, sir.
I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir?
You have permission to enter the Alabastrian Embassy, is that correct?
Yup. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir.
Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the pink princess's mask.
The pink princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir?
The kind that was also playing the role of the pink badger yesterday.
Oh! Oh! Understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. Doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame them.
Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Asexual cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for the renovation. Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter. Hey, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat.
There's Edward. There's a pretty good play on words there.
Gummy, don't randomly jump into one of our dialogues like that.
Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe? No, it's not like that, sir.
A ladder. Actually, that's a step ladder.
Ah, classic joke is back.
They're the exact same thing. No way! From the structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Hey, do you detect the scent of treasure coming from this bush?
The scent of treasure? Not at all.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it.
I'm not with it?
No, it is important for both thieves and for prosecutors to be energetic. Perhaps for a thief like you, but that level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You really think so? That prosecutor who met a Gatewater land seems to be pretty active.
Well, he's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything just naturally balances out?
It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like that. Something like the Great Thief Show.
I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world.
But how come so many traffic cones are red and white?
That's because they're highly visible from a great distance.
Oh, is that why? So then the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake?
Please don't compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. Mr. Edgeworth!
You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective.
Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as this good investigation, sir.
So, what did you find out?
Oh, well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual. And Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Master Poliano.
Oh? And what is this something interesting?
This, sir.
Wow, that's so pretty! I'm so jealous! That's a real treasure there!
How does the flame burn green, Detective? So apparently if you burn the special whipped crystal oil that they only make in Bobble, it burns its green color, sir.
Interesting.
It's a special property of the oil.
I suppose this is a way to force people to visit Bobble so the oil run out. Hey, Gummy! What about these silhouettes?
They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it projects the images.
Oh. Silhouettes, huh? They're rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation.
Hey, what's wrong, sir?
There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much?
Uh-huh. You got it, sir.
Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff?
Oh, well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner.
I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion to fill my role as assistant! I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this.
So you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these, you can eat whatever you'd like.
And these are...
discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now.
This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly?
Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Bobble. I heard that tonight, over in the Ablaze Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too.
Mr. Koshin told you that?
Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to.
Because of the fire the Takarasu started?
Exactly.
Ambassador Poliano, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Turnabout statues.
Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Ablaze and Babel used to be one country called Cadopia?
Yes, I know that much about your history.
Well, the Turnabout statue belongs to the founders of Cadopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Cadopia as a symbol of the country's wealth.
It was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it.
Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule is the reasoning. Pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose.
But if Alabas and Babel were to re-establish relations, didn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue?
I have no reason to believe so. The Turnabout statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy.
I wonder if Ambassador Poliano knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Ambassador Poliano, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about.
Yes? Oh, and don't worry. You can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babel, yes?
Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny Kochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary.
Sure, I'll tell you what I know.
Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador.
He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in the smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings.
It sounds like Mr. Kojin had a very sharp mind.
Recently, Manny had been really busy, so I became the Babelese representative of the country unification council. He's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me.
I'm sorry, but what is this country unification council?
Oh well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch. Our two countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon.
I suppose not. Ambassador Poliano, if you could please take a look at this for me. The permanent statue sitting in Alabaster right now actually belongs to Babel.
So it would appear. I received a call from Ms. Von Karma about this earlier.
Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babel's permanent statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession?
Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it is definitely Alabaster's statue. I know because it's the real statue.
Then you're saying that Babel's was a replica?
I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babel. And I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this?
Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babel were to lose faith, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right?
If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either.
I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic?
Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabas? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see! So there's been a murder in both countries using an office in the other country. That's the gist of it. Babel is just as strict as Alabas in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatakarasu? In one way or another, the Yatakarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where is this Yatakarasu first spotted?
I believe it was the rose garden on the Alabastian side at the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatakarasu had appeared.
In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the rose garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
My guess is that it's a guitar case. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There is a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything that could get wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find a donor later.
would think. Mr. Edward, would you be willing to hold on to this?
What is this?
It's Miss Yu's perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time.
Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it. What else could I inspect there?
This bush looks like the perfect place to hide some sort of treasure, you know?
But there is no treasure inside those things.
Oh, too bad.
We do have a lot of treasures back in Bobble.
Sounds great. I'll be sure to pay you guys a visit sometime for a 5% discount.
Sure. We welcome you anytime. Are you sure you really want to invite us safe into your country with open arms?
Just looking at these staples makes me want to climb them.
I recommend that you do not try. There was a fire burning here not too long ago.
Yeah, but I think enough time has passed, so we should be alright. Steve Child says, if there is a height to be scaled, then scale it you must.
Starting from Steve Child, would you care to explain what you just said?
They're having a real time of it cleaning up after the fire.
I suppose we should stay out here and investigate the stage some more then. These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently. The studio's being remodeled.
Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. My mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name?
You mean Mrs. Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
Ha! Never underestimate my powers of recollection. There was a flat panel of VCR and a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table.
Aren't they worried that if they leave the tapes out on that table like that, the Yatagarasu will make off with them?
I honestly doubt the Yatagarasu would want to steal Steel Samurai videotapes.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. The big Yatagarasu we don't want to steal them. You never know with the real Yatagarasu.
Please have eye in the case of that look of wine in your eyes, Kay. It's a national flag of Bobble, and it features the country's butterfly crest.
Using a butterfly as a national symbol makes Bobble just seem so cute. It goes along perfectly with Ambassador Palliano's smiling face.
And what about the flower of Alabast?
Well, by the looks of Ambassador Alba, it almost seems like the poor flower needs to be watered.
I suppose an ambassador is the face of a country, but Kay is being too literal about it.
Those are some nice flowers. I wonder who they're from. Gatewater Imperial Hotel? Where's this, Mr. Edward?
It's an ultra-luxurious hotel that sponsors the Steel Samurai series. I've been there once to investigate a case.
Oh, so what kind of case was it?
I believe it was related to the Nickel Samurai and the Gem Ninja.
Oh, I remember reading about that. You must be the head of Steel Samurai Affairs at the prosecutor's office, huh?
I should think that even you can figure that such an office does not exist, Kay. I can see the courtyard in the Alabastrian embassy through this window.
It's a really stately and pretty embassy, isn't it? Especially that chimney. Just looking at it makes me want to use it to sneak my way in. I like how the Santa uses. Hey, are you alright? What's wrong, Mr. Edward?
I'm beginning to think that you may have what it takes to become a royal troublemaker. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabast now, but...
I know. I'll go back to Bobble and do some more investigating there.
March 14th, 9:58 p.m., Rose Garden. I see your bag, Miles Edgeworth.
How are things at Bobble? Although I can't really say I expect much from instructing that girl.
The investigation into Manny Coach instead hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has.
Oh yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person could really traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous.
Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu.
That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Babalese embassy that the Yatagarasu started.
I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Begin investigation.
There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh! The pool stops filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level, which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. Larry! No. Whoa! How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry! Oh hey, Edgy, thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that! Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swing around for fun?
Objection!
Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy?
Your son?
I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him! You imbecile! How can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother?
The mother? Oh, that chick. The pink princess. The pink princess?
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused with this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant.
Yep, because I'm the steel gem right through and through.
Kind soul!
The Iron Infant is my cute little son.
You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now, get out of there.
That's good. In that case, I'll go straight over there. Hey, wait!
Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. Statue of a woman. And where's the lady that's pouring water? It says that it's a statue of this queen who spoke of love to King Primidex. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made the leap to that. There's an overturned spotlight here. When the Asakarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Asakarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single flash. I suppose this means that some other poor stats were hit instead? Is it possible that the Asakarasu hid in these bushes? Of course not, they're rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and the girl. They're rubbing off on you. But it's alright, I'll wake you out of your stupor. And the next time you feel like sweet talking, remember that I'll whip you for real. All they tried to do was offer up a possibility, and this is what I get? This statue bears a resemblance to the Primidex statue. The plaque says, King Primidex in the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primidex put his life on the line and went to war. But Primidex was actually a person of royal blood? I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like a steel samurai existed. I suppose there's that, too. These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being too nice, Mom Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they are grouped by color, one color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I better leave it be. We should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. Only people to comment on the proper balance of things. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in the chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school, who'd speak at assemblies. This is where
Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. The stage was set up nicely. However, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool? That's such poor planning. If there was no other place than a spot or two by the pool. They really should have made seating arrangements, like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed, you can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience would just stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. How's the investigation proceeding on your end?
Longji says, a top secret.
If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well. I don't suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information.
Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir! And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ruined a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct.
Agent Long?
Well, if it isn't, it's a prosecutor.
I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier.
Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did.
After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba?
We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatakarasu appeared, correct?
Yeah, I saw the thief alright. My own 2 eyes. The Yatakarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlights were turned off for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of "It's the Yatakarasu" rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out. And by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatakarasu was here.
So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette?
Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible the shadow belongs to someone else.
Huh, good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that shape, none among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right.
Someone else's shadow? Sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatakarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. What really cast the shadow of the Yatakarasu? One of the statues?
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatakarasu. Isn't it possible that it was created by the statue?
Objection!
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? The statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatakarasu. You are correct. However, the statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part of the real form of the Yatakarasu shadow?
Take that!
It's another statue? The Yatakarasu shadow was made from the shadows of these 2 statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the 2 shadows would create the Yatakarasu? Shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatakarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Prudix in the battlefield, the shadow of the king statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set a light up on the queen who spoke of love to King Prudix, her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop of the stage. Aha! So if we were to combine the 2 shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatakarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape?
Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right. I apologize. Now, what part of the queen's statue was used to complete the Yatagarasu shadow? Is it the bottom part?
Take that!
This is that part. And how exactly should we shine the light on this part to complete the shadow? Because I can't see how this would fit in at all. Alright, perhaps I was wrong. Francisca, it's not there. We should be shining a light on, but a different location. Miles Edgeworth, why are you withholding the correct information from me? Ah! Please forgive my transgression. Very well, just don't mess up again. I should only mess up one more!
Take that!
This is that part. Damn. Okay. I'm gonna have to restart.
Well, it's getting late. Why don't you go on home and get some rest? I think we can do without a prosecutor just playing around, you know?
Well, I'm not doing anything of the sort.
You may not be trying to, but the way I see it, that's all you're doing. And I don't think I can swallow any more of you messing up my turf. Now get out of here and go home.
Ah! Is this all I could do? Thus the truth was lost for all eternity. Another raid!
Ericado VTuber just rated with 1
Hi,
viewer.
thank you for the raid! I'm currently playing Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. I just failed a portion. Trying to figure out which part of the statue was used to make a shadow appear on a flag? Is it maybe this arm?
Take that!
Nope, it wasn't that one either.
Take that!
Okay, which part was it? Is it the torso?
Take that!
I don't know. Oh, it's her left hand. It's the hand.
Take that!
Whoops, I did not mean to make a weird noise.
Take that!
Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Ah! That's right. It can only be a shadow of the queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position? So that it only shines in the queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get.
Yeah, this is exactly the shadow I saw.
The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Ablaze tonight. The only country that thief visited was Bottle, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Ablaze. An accomplice? Who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. That's a good complete. How's the investigation going? Oh. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Takaratsu?
I've left the murder and Agent Long's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatakaratsu. So yes.
So, what have you found out?
I got a piece of evidence.
May I see it?
Sure, but you might regret it.
We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please.
When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture.
We all know who this is! I forgot her name! But it seems she's still in journalism. A journalist?
Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her.
What in the world? Yeah, Takaratsu is flying through the air?
The times, they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lied to us now.
When was this photo taken?
Apparently, right after the fires, on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from.
I see. This was taken after the fire. Love the new look? Thank you. I also love it.
The blur in this picture took off from the Ablaze embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Ablaze.
Objection! This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Too, actually.
Maybe it happens more often than we think.
Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Takaratsu took off from the Ablaze embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Bob investigation for a bit. Alright. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. March 14th, 10:37 p.m. Ablaze Embassy, Secretariat's Office. I think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way.
Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet?
I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Pelliano, but I have yet to find his killer.
Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatakaratsu.
Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatakaratsu. The real Yatakaratsu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth.
Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright?
Mr. Pelliano,
he did it. It was him.
I believe it was him. Out of all of the suspects, out of all of them, it's gotta be him! He's been flinging out these coupons too much. It's making me suspicious. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier.
Oh sure, please feel free to investigate to your heart's content.
Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador.
If you will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, and I'll gladly answer anything.
Thank you, Mr. Pelliano. You're a total gentleman.
Hahaha, you don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss.
Hey, Mr. Pelliano. This two sure got chummy awfully quickly. It's making me suspicious. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. And I'm willing to bet the person I was chasing was Mr. Coach's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatakaratsu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it! That woman is almost definitely Mr. Coach's killer! Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Takarazu mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad.
Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too?
Yes, he has been chasing up the Takarazu for all these years.
Uncle Bad.
Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire.
What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean I was chasing the fake Takarazu after all?
I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either.
This could be how that person escaped.
Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. And begin investigation. A grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Alabaz. Oh, that clock has been with us since back when we were still Kodopia.
That is one big clock. Hey, does this one have a bird that pops out with a cuckoo clock?
I'm sorry, but no. Oh, but I'm sure you'll love its chime.
Really? It's gonna be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it then.
Is it that time already? I'm sure it flies by when I'm involved in an investigation.
Oh, it's not that late. But I've only just begun.
Hey, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know.
Yes, Gramps.
Ambassador Pollyanna, would you happen to know what these charred remains are of? I don't know actually, but I don't think there was anything there that should have been flammable. It's a remains a mystery as to what was burned here.
It looks like all of the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace in the name of the Takarazu.
The fake Takarazu is guilty of much more than your steps, it seems.
I know! Because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf.
You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere? Whoa.
You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all.
But could you really rob some of their valuable memories just like that?
No! Because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories.
We still don't know where the blade of the Bobbly's knife went. Could it be that the killer walked away with it? So this is a real primitive statue.
It's really valuable, right?
That's what they say.
Hold it!
Hey, you're not seriously considering the theft of the statue, are you?
No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue is worth.
That sounds mighty suspicious to me. It appears that Mr. Coach's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that is left to tell the tale of this murder. Ambassador Pollyanna, what exactly used to be here? There used to be a stack of brand new pamphlets. But it looks like they were all burned up. I guess we'll just have to reprint them. No matter how fast we reprint them, they always disappear so quickly. Is the Bobbly's tourism industry really that hot right now? Of course! Although, recently, the most popular vacation destination has been the Republic of Borginia. But we refuse to lose to them, so we've been hard at work promoting Bobbles. Interesting. Well, I've just recently returned from a trip to Borginia myself.
Ad starts in 1 minute.
Oh, and how did you like it? It was alright. I probably shouldn't bring up the fact that I was a suspect on the flight home. Fireplace, huh? The Bobble's offices have them too.
Two?
There's a fireplace in relatively the same location as the Alabastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace.
If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories of this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek.
You come out covered in soot? I think not.
Ah, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire.
You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right?
Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved.
Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promise of treasures within.
Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire, and I'll be right back. Ad break starts soon.
Okay, I'm back. I forgot to put up my BRE thing. So sorry about that. I just got done eating half of a sandwich. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. There is a bottle of Ablaze ink on Mr. Cochin's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Palliano, it looks like your precious Ablaze ink is alright after all.
What? That's odd.
Hold it!
Ambassador, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink.
Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Let's look at the rest of the stuff, though. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Bobble sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as... This is the truth. What else would I steal?
What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons are about now.
I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine this would look like? I thought that baubles would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it looks like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabaz, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codopia?
There's really no point in asking you about something that never existed in the first place.
You never know. You know what you lack, Mr. Edward? Curiosity and imagination.
Mandy Cochin, his name is written here on this nameplate.
How would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office?
I suppose it's to inform people in case they walk into the wrong room by mistake.
Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget?
Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk.
That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting on it?
No, I better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times.
Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes.
That's because I am a prosecutor and it's part of my job to examine things.
And my job is to be a crate thief.
It's exactly what you're not allowed to touch anything.
It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Ooh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit.
I suppose we really should take a look. It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well.
Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess it's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth.
This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere.
Juice? The juice what? Let me first talk to this dude. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out.
Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about?
Which one? There was more than one tonight?
Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Ablaze embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was.
Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jam and Interest show.
Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Jam and Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it eternal.
And the fire at the Jam and Interest show was the second one of the night?
Exactly.
The fire I witnessed was the second one. Not to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken?
Apparently, right after the fires. On the 4th and 5th floors were put out.
I didn't even notice that he said fires. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire?
The second fire was contained to this floor, the third floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it.
That's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck.
My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye.
I feel sorry for you, Mr. Palliano.
Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again?
You were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Coach's actions and whereabouts were as well.
Yes, very well. Let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast.
Hold it!
Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me?
Oh, you'd like a condensed version? Alright, I could do that for you.
So what did Mr. Coach and you do this morning?
Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office.
You helped clean Mr. Coach's office? Or are you not cleaning your own?
Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why I put the primitive statue and the Ablaze knife set are down here.
I see.
Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace.
I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh?
Oh, how about that? I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me.
Hold it!
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger?
Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Ablaze ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect.
Talk about the boss being bossed around.
That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning.
Don't tell me you had no other work to do. Being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon.
Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone.
So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show.
A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in a photo op on stage at the end of the show.
There was a commemorative photo op at the end.
It was a fantastic photo of the three of us. Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor. To prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja.
He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador.
When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully, no one was hurt. I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out.
So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show?
Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there, in eternal sleep.
I see. Ambassador Palliano, I thank you very much for your help.
I'm sorry I can be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there is anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright?
I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Coach's bottle of ink?
I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to us. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fire was green? What was the cause?
Well, wood crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern.
And Ablaze ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green.
You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk.
The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here?
Never mind. I didn't choose the right one. Is it this?
Eureka!
How about this? What is it here that I have to deduce? There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World.
Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh. I see. Ah! The most important part was blackened by the fire. My cruel fate. Why?
It looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burned. Use. Oh, this.
Eureka!
Oh wait, did I not have it on the right one? I had it on the wrong one. Okay. It's this.
Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found.
Hey, you're right! What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley.
Oh yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see.
Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it.
Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Palliano, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Mandy's handwriting.
I see. In that case... Ooh, did you figure something out?
This note was found in Ablaze. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damas II.
Damas II? This note!
Yes, it was a request from Mr. Kochin for Damas II to steal the Primadux statue.
What? Manny tried to steal Alabast's Primadux statue?
We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Kochin?
Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you.
I'll have to ask Detective Gunchu later to run the analysis.
I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this.
Do you have any idea as to why he would request the theft of the statue?
There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation.
Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to when Mr. Kochin hired the Master II.
Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event.
But because of the Yatakarasu and the fire here, that got canceled, didn't it?
I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been canceled. But you see, Babel's statue, well, it's just a replica.
And did Mr. Kochin know that about Babel's Primadux statue?
Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority.
Yes, I understand.
Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Cutopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious.
Hold it!
Mr. Kochin, conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Kodopian ambassador?
But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be.
I don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. But I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested?
Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire.
Good work, Detective.
Oh, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yasakarasu, just like my father, right?
Hold it!
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet! So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget. Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon.
Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Hold it!
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered in the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
You got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, what alone remains all singing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person Kay saw use as well. Ooh, what is this? Is it some sort of light show I was not told about?
This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info inputted.
Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have in Miss Faraday.
I believe it's about time we return to our investigation.
These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Palliano saw.
With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Hey, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time.
Then this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor, until the Takarasu appeared and caused a stir and bobble, I suppose.
I guess Mr. Palliano was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh?
Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course.
I knew it! That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Coach's killer.
That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here.
Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in? But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames?
Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire.
And since the fire is green, well, you've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames. You get what I mean?
Yes, and I do believe that what you are thinking is exactly what these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames?
Take that!
The source of the green in these flames is related to this.
Oh, really? Well, I don't think they're related at all.
Oh. What? Okay, it must be the lantern then? Okay, so it was the lantern I had to present.
Take that!
This silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning.
Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off.
I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wood crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from wood crystal oil.
Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Palliano was mistaken about, right?
Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from wood crystal oil that Ambassador Palliano was mistaken about.
Take that!
Ablaze ink is made from wit crystal oil.
Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right?
Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Ablaze ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Kochi used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Kochi was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah! I'm getting some really good energy coming from you, Mr. Edward. It would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Ablaze ink, this is the source of the green flames.
Take that!
What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Jinfa. You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Kochi who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babble's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Kochi had permission to freely use a printing press, correct?
Why, yes. And I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed.
Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well.
Oh yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we?
It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Kochi and concealed his crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. This grandfather clock, it was apparently in a different position before the fire.
According to staff members, the clock was pushed against the wall before the fire, sir.
Which means that, most likely, it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming.
Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damages the neural mechanisms or something?
Ambassador Palliano, maybe we take a look inside that clock?
Sure, go right on ahead.
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock.
Yes, sir. I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir.
It looks like a length of wire, but this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside the clock in the first place?
Sigh. Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock?
It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Pallian that put the wire in there. But perhaps it was Mr. Kochi's killer who did it. It looks like all of the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I don't believe it. I reread this. It looks like one of the Bobbly's knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle with the real murder weapon. And Bobble's natural treasure was stolen. For Bobble, don't you think? I'm not sure I would want the replica statue when the rest of Bobble's rose.
So by this time, the primitive statues had already been swapped, right?
They must have been, as this one is covered in soot.
What lousy timing! It's just that the two countries were about to become friends again, too. It would have been better if I had stolen it then, or to get caught up in the fire.
Hey, I think I understand your sentiments.
However, if you were to engage in theft, I can't look the other way, right?
If you could please stop stealing my lines. It's a part remains of a fallen ceiling fan.
Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music.
I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies?
Yes, that's it.
But they're nothing alike.
They're totally alike. They spin those babies right down like a record.
I see. I guess I can see how you might think that.
The Babel is really into pushing the tourism industry, huh?
Yes, it would appear that way.
You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case?
You already have a destination in mind?
Well, ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training.
Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jammin' Ninja TV show.
Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth.
Can't believe she took me seriously. A fireplace, huh? The Babel's offices have them too.
Two?
Okay, I already read this.
looks like a very comfortable chair. I already read this. You can see the Alabastrian embassy through this window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. I was here on the 5th floor. That's where Damas the Second was killed. Oh, whoops, wrong voice. What? You don't mean the Damas the Second? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though Damas the Second was merely an imposter of the original? The tar remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh? I already read that. Why isn't it clearing? Detective, you took part in the initial Babel investigation, correct?
Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator.
Oh? Maybe someone wrote in a fit of panic? Detective, did you see the Yasakarasu that came into the Babalese embassy at all?
I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir.
I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective.
The second fire broke out around the time the Yasakarasu was spotted in Alabast. That's all when a suspicious person was spotted in Babel, which caused some panic.
Hold it!
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yasakarasu that entered Babel?
Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know?
No, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. A person in a long coat? Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yasakarasu that appeared in Alabasta was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yasakarasu that appeared in Babel was also suspect. You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto, you! The Yasakarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Coaching that disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yasakarasu?
I did, but, well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, and we was lost for a while there.
Hold it!
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective?
Eek! I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. You know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue.
Oh? That fact.
Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away.
Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Coach's body.
Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could.
It was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered me until he got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon.
So, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did.
I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here.
Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door.
Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yasakarasu herself earlier.
Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yasakarasu.
She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her.
Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir?
You examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Palliano about it. Ambassador Palliano, there is something I'd like to ask you about.
Yes?
I thought this office, it appears to me, to be very similar to Ambassador Auburn's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock.
Ah, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. No matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the light are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office.
You mean for your handshake photo out with Pajama Ninja?
Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right?
Yet another odd expression of Bobble's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabaster, I take it.
Thank you, Ambassador.
That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots.
Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help.
The Alabaster and Bobbly sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabaster, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving back wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house.
Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir? What? This embassy holds that kind of secret?
There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador.
I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed, and my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. It looks like just another fireplace though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? In Alabaster, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace.
Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it.
Hold it!
Oh, you scared me, sir!
There is something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Huh? We found an X where you thought there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood. Huh? That's odd. It doesn't match up with what Mr. Poliano said earlier. What is the meaning of this contradiction? If we push this X mark, the fireplace wall should turn.
A revolving fireplace wall. That's neat, sir. We should hurry up and...
Hold it!
Wait, Detective. There is something we need to examine about this first. Besides which, there is also something I'd like to test.
Like what, sir?
I'll tell you later, Detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation.
Eureka!
Dr. Poliano, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct?
Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually.
And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct?
That's right. But why are you asking? Why are you making such a scary face?
I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it.
Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
You don't really think that Ambassador Poliano is lying, do you?
No, there is no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It's the fireplace that has caused the contradiction. Hey, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on! You're about to dazzle us again, right?
Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edwards is known for, you know.
There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. The ashes Ambassador Poliano left here have disappeared. If we follow where this piece of information leads, we should begin to see the truth. It's time to use your secret weapon, right?
Yeah, go on, sir. Use your special skill.
I'll ignore your strange phrasing for now and focus on the information we have instead. A little further, I can sense the truth lying on just the other side of this. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Paliano said that he spilled some Ablaze ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication the fireplace was used. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Coach's killer, and after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route! I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape it to the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room.
Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir!
Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena. Investigation complete. It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and then instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it can only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet. However, I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself?
Hold it!
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, is it my turn to do something, Miss Edgeworth?
Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on the second's notes.
Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away.
Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall.
Right now, sir?
No, next second. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it.
Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here we go. Keep the fireplace in back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective.
Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn.
That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too.
There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea.
It would appear that the axe really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Ablaze ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall.
Okay, here I go, sir.
Hold it!
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer.
Huh? Well, there's all that ash and stuff.
And your point is? Now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Takarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border became Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth, a number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. That's supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, don't mean I can help with that. Then, all you have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions.
Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that?
Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've been so focused like a laser on what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Hey. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know?
That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for you, sake.
Yay! Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Miss Edgeworth, I'm back, sir.
Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective.
Cough, cough, cough. Oh, looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir.
Are you alright, Gummy?
I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all.
Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black.
Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it too, sir.
I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
What? Oh no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but, you know.
I see. Very well then, as you wish. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know he can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We also learned one other important fact. And And that is? I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
The handwriting analysis of Mr. Koja's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis, along with Agent Long and Agent Sheena. I might actually continue this. Day is today? I might continue this on Tuesday. Just because it's been going on for so long. Yeah, I'll continue this, on Tuesday. Tomorrow I play Hollow Knight Silk Song. Wow, this stream went on for 5 hours. That's enough.
I believe that is enough time to spend.
Okay, I'm gonna raid Sakyu. He's currently playing the 100 line for his Bunathon. Be back tomorrow for Hollow Knight Silk Song. See y'all then.